Szanowni Państwo, już za chwilę rozpoczynamy próbę ujeżdżenia Mistrzostw Europy kategorii młodych jeźdźców. Witamy naszych sędziów. W literze C Andrew Benny z Nowej Zelandii, w literze B Felicissimo Aguado Arroyo z Hiszpanii, w literze H Ann Bostock z Wielkiej Brytanii. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the dressage trial.
Welcome to the FEI Eventing Young Rider Europeans as we start the day with our dressage. We have 2 days of dressage here for the Young Rider Europeans, cross country day on Saturday, show jumping on Sunday. I'm Rosie Russell and I'll be taking you through all 4 days of action here on FEI.tv. Now we'll be starting with our first rotation of team riders, and our first rider to join us down the centre line, it will be first to go for Ireland. That will be Kiva Johnson coming forward now as she heads down the centre line with Cornerso's Lad for Ireland. We have 55 combinations coming forward in our Young Rider European Championship across 15 different nations. As we say, Ireland first to go here with Kiva Johnson and Cornerso's Lad. This 16-year-old gelding, Irish sports horse by Imperial Heights. Off to a good start, trending score 35.8 at the moment into the first of the shoulder ins. Back into the second after those two half circle left 10 metres. 3 members of the ground jury for our Young Rider Championship. President of the ground jury, of course, Andrew Benny for New Zealand. Andrew, who has ridden and judged at the 5-star level. At B, we have Felicissimo Aguado Arroyo for Spain. And at H, we have Ann Bostock for Great Britain. From the rein back into the medium walk. And of course that extended walk. Lovely transition up to canter right in front of President of the ground jury, Andrew Benny there at C. Nice difference from the collected to the medium. In our junior test that we had earlier on today, we saw them have to make a transition from canter, a few strides of trot up to canter, but you can see how these tests progress and advance because our young riders now have to do a simple change across the middle of the arena rather than any trot strides. Of course, that simple change, transition directly to walk from the canter. You're looking for 3 to 5 walk steps before proceeding back up to canter again. Got the 4 strides nicely there. Kiva Johnson and Cornerso's Lad combination, who were 8th at Mill Street 3-star long in June this year. into the second of the half passes. Here we have our half circle stretch and trot. Really nice stretch shown there. As I mentioned in our junior test, these stretches are becoming a key part of the tests at every single level now. We see them right the way up to the 5-star level. But a beautiful halt to round out her test there. Kiva Johnson and Cornerstone's lad to kick things off for our young rider dressage here at the FEI Young Rider Eventing European Championships in Strzegom. A lovely, lovely test to kick things off for Team Ireland as well. Trending score at the moment 33.7 as they leave the arena. But of course we'll wait to have the collective marks come in. The collective marks now just 1 mark with a coefficient of 2. That will mark for the harmony of the athlete and the horse.
First one for Team Ireland. We move on to Germany. Isabel Christine Dalecki and the 10-year-old.
So we'll wait to get that confirmed shortly.
Out of done by Shirivel, the winning pair of the
Well,
3-star under
the Irish have been having a very good day indeed so far for their junior riders, currently in team silver position. And they have 2 riders in the top 5 individually as well. So let's hope their young riders can continue that superb form. Well, Kiva Johnson has indeed. She started things off well with what looks to be a low 30s dressage test. However, we now turn our attentions to Germany. Germany, of course, picked up the bronze medal as a team last year in the young rider section. They've been dominant in our junior Europeans, but here in the young riders they got a bronze last year, silver the year before. What can they do in 2024? Well, the first to go for them will be Isabel Kirsten Dalecki. She comes forward with Caruso JH. This 10-year-old gelding. By Cascadello. Well, the arena's cleared, the bell goes. And it's time to start for the first to go for Germany. It is Isabel Kirsten Dalecki and Caruso JH. Having a little bit of a spook in that top corner. Not quite a fan of the judges' boxes. However, a nice medium trot. That one of 2 areas in this test that these riders can rise. The rest of the test must be conducted in sitting trot. So the medium trot they get to pick if they'd like to sit or rise, and then the stretch circle they must rise for that. Well, a good start indeed. Trending at a 30 there at this early stage. Very smooth half circles. Straight away into a shoulder in, looking for these horses to be on 3 tracks. Well, Isabel and Caruso JH won the under 25 3-star at Weststead. And have been a very, very consistent combination. They've had 5 international runs at the 3-star level this year. They've only been outside the top 10 once. They've just had a superb halt before heading into the rain back. And this is a really nice positive extended walk. Bit of a jump into canter, unfortunately. Just settling themselves down now for this medium canter down the long side. Really good collection at the end there. I know there's been a slight bit of tension creeping in every now and again, however the score's still very good at 30.5, and we'll keep a close eye on that score because this combination are very, very good jumpers. Double clear in their last international, last 8 international runs, I should say. So exceptional jumpers, likely to finish on their dressage score. So if they can keep it down low in the 30s, that will put them in a great position when they head out on cross country on Saturday. Slight bit of tension creeping in for the simple change. However, Caruso JH, such an expressive horse. You can just see in the trot work how expressive this lovely uphill way of going. Pair who normally average around the low 30s. If they can sneak into the 20s, that would be a personal best at the level for them. What a place to deliver your personal best at a European Championship. Coming to the end of their test now, down that final centre line, Isabel Kirsten Delecki and Caruso JH. First to go for Team Germany. Well, a beautiful test, even with some tension creeping in certain areas from little spooks and things like that. However, the other parts of it was absolutely stunning. Well, we can see here just how expressive that first medium trot was. And they could have their first sub-30 score at the level. Well, a score in for Kiva Johnson for Ireland, our first to go in the arena with Cornerso's Lad. From C67.17, B66.52, and at H65.44. 33.6 was her score. So 33.6 our one and only confirmed score at the moment. That's for Kiva Johnson for Ireland. Isabel Kirsten Delecki currently trending at that 28.8. But we're yet to have that confirmed. And if that gets confirmed, that will be a personal best for the combination. Even with a few little blips, as we say, it wasn't a clear round in the dressage. There was the odd spook and tension slip in. However, a sub-30 score even like that really is a very, very good day out indeed. But on we go now to our next rider to join us in the arena. Coming forward for Italy, well, Italy are currently the reigning gold medalists as a team at this Young Rider Europeans. They had such a fantastic time last year in Montelibretti at their home Europeans. And in fact, they have 3 of their winning team back this year. So Italy, definitely a team to look out for. And this is the first to go for them. It is the turn of Giulia Maria Cironi coming forward now with Giordana. So the bell goes, the cue to start from our president of the grand jury, Andrew Benny from New Zealand. And Giulia Maria Cironi and Giordana make their way down the centre line to start their test. First to go for Italy. Giordana, this 10-year-old KWP mare by Ortangelo. Into the first of the shoulder in movements. A little bit of tension creeping in this shoulder in. Unfortunately, that tension carried through to the walk, and there's a lot of walk work with a horse that really wants to trot. As simple as walk sounds, it can be very, very difficult when you're sat on a very fit event horse. Although a lovely halt before coming into a rein back. Unfortunately, a step forward there. What a shame, because the halt was really nice. Nice to see they're just starting to relax into this extended walk a bit. Bit of tail swishing, showing a bit of tension before they pop up to canter. Nice dummy to circle down at 8. Now coming round for the simple change. Well, Giulia doing really well to get a nice simple change there. It can be difficult if you're sat on a hot horse that doesn't really want to listen or walk, but she's doing a superb job of just managing the situation and etching out every mark from this test that she can. Take a note of them before cross-country day though, because they are one of the best cross-country pairs in the field. From 19 international runs, they have never had a cross-country jumping penalty. So that really is the phase where they fly. Tension creeping back into the trot. The canter work, they did start to relax, but the trot work looking a little bit exuberant. Now for that trot stretch half circle. Julia doing a good job, because again, if you're on a hot horse, it can be quite difficult sometimes to let go of the reins and let them stretch, but she really did the best she could then. And finished it with another lovely halt. So Julia Maria Surani and Jordana kicking things off for Team Italy. Nice medium trot to start their test. And as we say, a pair to keep a note of for Saturday's cross-country. From 19 international runs, have never had a cross-country jumping penalty. So scores have been confirmed for Isabel, Kirsten Delecki and Caruso JH. Well, it really was a personal best at the level for the pair. At C 72.17, at B 71.52, and at H 70 exactly. So 28.8 the score for Isabel and Caruso JH. So this is an early stage of competition. 28.8 is the score to beat. What will we see from our next rider coming forward? First to come forward for the Netherlands. The bell goes and it's time to start for Tenu de Bleu and the Joker. Well, a positive entry. That first centre line, so important. Really sets the tone for the test. You want to be riding in a very positive manner towards your judge at seat. Into the first of the shoulder in. And the walk in this test coming fairly early. Sometimes we see walk later on towards the back end of these dressage tests, but this is quite early on in this 3-star test B. And then the rein back in the middle of the arena there. For the juniors, we saw it right up next to the letter C, which is ever so slightly easier because it's easier to keep the horses straight because you almost have the boards as like a bit of a guide. Whereas in the middle of the arena there, these riders don't have any guides or assistance. It really is down to making sure they have the horse so straight when they do their rein back, and it's very clear and very visible to all three judges if they're not. Good transition up to canter. And they're straight away into this medium canter. Lovely clear difference there between the collection and the medium. Ever so slightly abrupt in the downward part of the simple change, a little bit of a jog in the middle, but coming out the other side was a very smooth transition. Now for the second of the simple changes. Better this way. Nice half pass over to the left. Combination producing a beautiful test so far, 29.8 the trending score. This lovely uphill frame. They've been really positive throughout as well, which judges reward positive riding. They like to see these riders be brave. They don't want them hesitant. They want to see them being bold in their dressage riding. And a really nice stretch down in the trot. Coming down the final centre line, looking like it could be a sub-30 test there for Tanje de Bleu and the Joker for the Netherlands. Big smile there, little punch of the air. Brilliant, that's what we like to see. It really means so much for these riders, and if they can be producing super scores like 29.4 at European Championships, that's what it's all about. That's what they come here to do. They come here to peak, and it really does look like these riders know how to peak their horses at the right time. We saw it earlier in the junior class with some amazing dressage tests, plenty of personal bests, and I think we're going to see the same here in the young riders, because it looks like we could have 2 sub-30 already from our first 4 riders.
Doskonały wynik pary holenderskiej. W tej chwili zdecydowanie najlepszy. A teraz Amazonka z Węgier, Anna Klara Pataki i koń Lenart. Bogierze Lenet od matki po Contender, koń rasy holsteńskiej.
So a score has been confirmed there for Giulia Maria Sirini and Giordana. So it was 63.70 from C, 63.04 from B, and 63.04 from H. 36.7 the score for Giulia and Giordana.
Amazonka w zeszłym roku startowała jeszcze w Mistrzostwach Europy Juniorów. Zajęła
Well, now we
34
turn our
miejsce.
attentions to the rider coming forward from Hungary. It is Anna Clara Patiki. She brings forward Leonard 40 for Hungary. Hungary just a team of 3. And Anna first to go for them. Very expressive medium trot to start their test. Leonard 40, this 13-year-old horse son gelding by Lynette. Combination who were at the Junior Europeans last year. They've taken that step up to the young rider level now. 34th at the Junior Europeans last year. Great to see these riders continuing on up through the ranks from the juniors to the young riders, and obviously the ponies before the junior class as well. And then hopefully from young riders we then go on to see them in many senior teams, the likes of the Olympics and senior Europeans. Some of the top riders we saw at the Olympics, the likes of Laura Collett and Laura de Lideker Kamaya, they've all come through the youth system and have collected many, many medals as a result. We're back to Anna. It's going very well so far, 34.8 the trending score. Slight tension in that transition up to canter. Really eating up the ground in the medium canter. This horse has such a huge stride. Extra trot stride as they went up into that simple change. Anna doing a great job of just managing Leonard 40. He was a very big horse with this huge stride, and even a 20 by 60 arena can feel like quite a small space when you're on such a big horse with a very big stride. Coming round now for the second of the half passes. Onto this trot stretch half circle. We see it, like I say, in multiple tests right the way up to the 5-star level now, some form of stretch. Really is a great way of showing if these horses are working correctly and through over their back, and a lovely halt to round things out for the pair for Anna Clara Pataki and Leonard 40. So they leave the arena with a trending score of 36. but we'll wait for that to be confirmed.
35,9.
You could just see how big this horse's stride is in that medium canter.
Looks like for Anna Clara Pataki and Lennart. Next to go will
Well,
be
looking at the
Daniel
scores,
Munoz
score has
Ortiz
come in
representing
for
Spain,
Dinier de
with
Bleu
7
and
points.
the Joker.
Spanish bred stallion
C7196, B6913 and H7152. So the score of 29.1, a personal best for the combination at the level. So we've already had 2 riders with personal best dressage scores today. And we're only 5 riders in, so we have a lot of exciting dressage to come. 55 riders coming forward in this young rider section. I believe 26 coming forward today.
The Spanish pair last year has competed in the
And of course we have our
World
second
Championships for
day
young
of
horses.
dressage tomorrow.
28th. This year,
However, now we turn our attention to the first to go for Spain. It is Daniel Munoz Ortiz coming forward with Nabil LB. Nabil LB, just a 7-year-old. One of the youngest horses in the class. Here we see Daniel choosing to rise for that medium trot. This one point of the test where these riders get to pick if they'd like to rise or sit for the medium trot, down to their discretion. Rest of the test must be conducted in sitting trot. Combination who went to Lilian Danger Young Horse World Championships last year in the 6-year-old class. That's a real showcase of the up and coming talent in the equine world. The young horses, the superstars of the future, go there and compete in France. So to be selected to go there really is an achievement in itself. But to then go there and come 28th, top 30 is a great achievement, a real sign that you have an exciting young horse on your hands. So from the Young Horse World Championships to the Young Rider Europeans, this pair really are ticking all the boxes. Let's hope they stay together and continue on up through the levels and start ticking off European Championships, World Championships and Olympics. Bit of an exuberant jump into canter. Some excitement coming through. Again, these championships, they can be big atmosphere for young horses. They took the step up to 3-star this year. Been a very successful one indeed. They've not been outside the top 10 in their 3-star runs. A little bit of an abrupt simple change. Come round now for the second. Daniel just asking for a fair bit of left bend just to make sure they got the right canter lead coming out of that simple change. into the latter stages of this test, trending well at 34.9. Be a good score for the pair to kick things off in their first Youth European Championships. An unfortunate little break to canter. We'd like to see a little bit more stretch and relaxation, but obviously very hard when you've got a hot horse underneath you. It's not a moment you really want to be giving away your reins. But a good test, very well managed there by Daniel Munoz Ortiz. There, first to go for Spain with Nabil LB, just a 7-year-old, still very young horse to be competing at these championships. Trending around the 35 mark as they leave the arena. Really smart young horse, showing lots of promise and highlights in that test. Just a few areas of tension creeping in, but on the whole, I think they should be chuffed with that. Looks to be around the mid-30s. As a score is in for Ana Clara Patiki and Leonard 40. At C65, B 64.78 and at H 62.83. So 35.8 is the score for them into fourth place.
14-year-old French-bred gelding. 10th pair of this year's three-star short competition in Jardy. And the winners of a three-star short last year in Colmenar.
So now we turn our attention to the first to come forward for France, and our final rider before a short coffee break. It is the turn of Lucas Brun here now, and he brings forward Annapurna de Solac.
Zawodnik w tym roku był 10. w 3 gwiazdkach w Jardy, a w zeszłym roku wygrał 3 gwiazdki krótkie w Colmenar Viejo w Hiszpanii.
Annapurna de Solac, this 14-year-old gelding by Gaspé de Solac. Combination who are very established at this 3-star level, multiple top 10 placings at 3-star. Starting this test very well indeed. These 10-metre circles very well ridden. Lovely fluency, no break in rhythm. And straight away into the second shoulder in. This combination who have taken the step up to the 4-star level already. They stepped up at Ligne in October last year. Jumped double clear there to place 10th. Great to see these young riders taking that next step onto the 4-star level. Good rein back, unfortunately not quite a square halt beforehand. Lucas doing well to keep the walk, manage the walk, because it looked like there may be some tension creeping in early on. However, he's done well to remove that for that extended walk. And up to canter nicely at C. No trouble with the simple change there. Another 10-meter circle now. You can see the size of the circles getting smaller as these riders progress up the level compared to our junior test earlier on today. And then to our young rider test. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of a hollowing moment into that second simple change. Hasn't affected their mark too drastically. Still trending in that low 30s. Around the 33 mark into the latter stages of the test. Started with a lot of fluency. Just a little bit of a miscommunication at the end there. Nice stretch on the trot circle. And heading down the centre line to finish their test. The first to come forward for the French team, and a beautiful square halt to finish things off there for Lucas Brun and Anna Puna Desolek. Looking to be round about that 32 mark. Some really lovely movements and highlights from that test.
32,1. Szanowni Państwo, teraz przerwa 15 minut, a po przerwie na arenie pojawi się reprezentantka Polski, brązowa medalistka Mistrzostw Polski młodych jeźdźców Weronika Król. Zapraszam.
Beautiful medium trot there. The French who are in a medal position at this early stage of competition in the junior class. Let's hope they can continue that with their young riders. So it looks to be around the 31 mark, but we're yet to have the collective marks come in. As we look to the scoreboard, a score has been confirmed for Daniel Munoz Ortiz and Nabil LB. 66.96 from C, 63.26 from B, 62.83 from H. So 35.6 is their score. So we're going to have a short break before we're back with more of our dressage from the young rider Europeans. Well, welcome back to the FEI Eventing Young Rider Europeans. On to our second block of dressage here this afternoon in Strzegom. We've had a fantastic first start to the competition. Currently out in front, Germany are out in front with Isabel Kirsten Delecki and Caruso JH 28.8. That's the score to beat. Tigné de Bleu and the Joker in second for the Netherlands, 29.1. And our final rider just before the break was Lucas Brunn for France and Anna Purina de Salac. 31.8 was the score for them. So that's the top three as it stands, 28.8 the score to beat. We've had a few of our riders hit personal bests already at this early stage of competition. What will we see coming forwards as we head on to Team Poland now? First to go for the Polish, it is Veronica Kroll coming forwards with Chinook R. The Polish team, just a team of three. First to go, as we say, Veronica here with Chinook R, this 9-year-old gelding, Holstein gelding. And a lot of ground coverage in that medium trot. Fairly new combination. Chinook, who had been competing up to the 4-star level with Meryl Blumholzman. Veronica took the ride last year, so a fairly new combination. Competing at a European Championship is a great achievement so early on in their pairing. Lovely halt before the rein back. Trending in that low 30s. Could put them in a competitive position before cross country. It is still early stages of this competition, but third place, 31.8. Now for the canter work as we head down for the medium canter here. Really clear difference there between the collected and the medium. Very brave in the medium canter, but the judges like to see these tests rode with positivity and bravery. Nice simple change there across the middle of the arena. Looking for 3 to 5 walk steps before that transition back up to canter. A little bit of a moment of anticipation before going up to canter on that simple change. Nice half pass over to the left. So trending at 31.9, if they can keep themselves there or thereabouts, that will be good enough for third or fourth position at the moment as it stands. Well, finishing up their test there, first to go for Poland, Veronika Kroll and Chinook R. Very nice test from the pair. 31.6 is the provisional result that they finish on as they leave the arena. However, we'll wait to see what the confirmed mark is when the collective results are in. But looking like a good start for Poland. They're just a team of 3, so every score counts. It's great when your riders are posting dressage scores like 31.4. Polish team supporters looking very pleased with that effort indeed. But now we turn our attentions to the Brits. Great Britain coming forward now. 2 British riders coming in consecutively. But first to go for Great Britain and first to go for the team, it is Darcy Zander. Darcy coming forward with My Eastwood Brightside.
Teraz reprezentacja Wielkiej Brytanii, a w niej 21-letnia Darcy Zander na irlandzkim koniu My Eastwood Brightside. Koń Pogierza ARS Vivendi od matki po Lux Z. Ta para w tym roku zajęła 4. miejsce w konkursie.
Well, a very positive entry for the pair. As they head down the centre line, this 13-year-old Irish sports horse, My Eastwood Brightside by Ars Vivendi. Many top horses by Ars Vivendi. And a very positive start for the pair. Into the second of the shoulder-ins. A very smooth transition back down to walk. Now this is a combination who are very good jumpers. I mean, the dressage at the moment looking very smart indeed. So we see a nice halt before that rein back and a very clear immobility. But they've jumped double clear in the last 3 international runs at the 3-star level. Smoothly back up to canter now for the medium canter down the long side. Nice brave medium canter. Really riding to show that clear difference. And kept the quality of canter on the 10 metre circle. When the circles get smaller, it can be easy to lose that quality of a canter. However, she's done a great job of just keeping it all looking very smooth and fluid. Nice simple change there. Across the centre of the arena. Well, the trending score getting low. It's looking good for Great Britain. A good start for them. Just a few more movements left, but if she can keep it up, it will be a superb start for the Brits. Brits who won team gold back in 2022 at their home Europeans at Hartbury. We're coming to the end of her test. The first rider to come forward for the British team, Darcy Zander, my Eastwood Brightside. And a really good test for the pair. She looks absolutely delighted with that. Trending at 30.8 as they leave the arena. And she really rode for every mark. She was accurate and she was positive.
My Eastwood Brightsides finishing their dressage test with the unofficial score of 30.8. Up next is the
Well, a superb test from them. And talking of superb tests, we have a score in for Veronika Kroll and Chinukar for Poland at C71.52, B68.26 and H66.09. So 31.4 was her score. And that went into third place. So it's still 28.8 from Isabel, Kirsten Dalecki and Caruso JH out in front. But Veronica into third place there. Lucas Brunn dropping down into fourth. However, we turn our attentions to another rider for Great Britain coming forward now. This time as an individual. It is Ivy Fisher. Ivy brings forward Global Promise for Great Britain.
Ivy Fisher, kolejna para z Wielkiej Brytanii, no i już wiemy, że jeśli kolejna to musi być indywidualna i koń Global Promise. Kolejny koń wyrwany w Irlandii, po ogierze Siljo Candy Boy.
Global Promise, this 11-year-old Irish sports horse mare by Sligo Candy Boy. Combination who have multiple top 10 finishes at the 3-star level. And off to a cracking start. That trending score 28.8. Early stages, but it's looking very good, looking very fluent, looking very rhythmical and harmonious. Nice shoulder in. Can produce a very nice test indeed at Bicton in the Young Rider 3-star class. They produced a 25.8 to finish 6th there. That class won by fellow teammate Joshua Levitt, who we will see later on tomorrow. Lovely transition up to canter. Great use of the corner just to set her up and get them sat on their hocks before this medium canter down the long side. Nice simple change there across the middle of the arena. This score dropping down now. We're into the canter work. Riding in this really nice uphill frame. Lots of power coming from the hind end. And the quality of canter kept during that 10-metre circle was brilliant. Lovely bend in that half pass. Round for the second half pass. Well, the score's looking very good so far as she heads round to her stretch half circle. The current leader is about Kirsten Delecki. 28.8. That is the score to beat. However, a score like this will most definitely put them into the top 3. Finishing her test with a nice square hold. Lovely test there from Ivy Fisher. Global Promise. Another Brit to look absolutely delighted with her test. Global Promise looks quite pleased with herself as well. From the start of the test, they just had so much presence and elevation. It was a pleasure to watch. Well, a score is in for her teammate Darcy Zander and Mai Eastwood Brightside. Their scores being confirmed at C, it was 70.87, B 69.13 and H 68.04. So a score for Darcy Zander, Mai Eastwood Brightside, first team rider for Great Britain, 30.6 into third place individually. These scores really hotting up in this competition.
Fifth place for them in the under-25 three-star class in Westerstede at the beginning of August, and earlier, 9th position in the three-star.
So we now turn our attention to an individual rider for Germany coming forward. It is the turn of Lena Rainstoff and Satura. Just an 8-year-old mare, some younger horses in this class, in this Young Rider Championship. But entering the arena now as an individual for Germany, Lena Rainstoff. Well, a very expressive medium trot across the diagonal. Off to a beautiful start for the pair. It's quite an intense part of the test that comes up early. That's first shoulder in straight into 2 half 10-meter circles. And then straight away back into the next shoulder in. You could just see how deep she got into that corner there. You could see the tracks of the other horses. But as she came around that corner, she got right into it, and the accuracy really does pay off. Unfortunately, a bit of a jog and tension in the walk as they come up to their rein back. A nice halt. 4 steps, got the 4 steps back. Starting to relax a little bit more in this extended walk. Sometimes it's just a little bit of anticipation. If these riders have practiced this test at home, which I'm sure they have, sometimes these horses just start to know when things are coming. They know they canter at sea. Ever so slightly late in the transition. So a bit of tension and a late transition costing them a little bit on the score. This combination who have had multiple top 10 finishes at the 3-star level. And a very good out on cross country on Saturday. From their 17 international competitions, they've jumped clear cross country 15 times. Into that second half pass. Trending around that, it was the mid-30s. Really nice stretch on this trot circle. Have been areas of tension in this test, but also some areas of real highlight. There's a lot of promise coming from this combination. Just an 8-year-old mare as well. Just a few moments of tension every now and again, but a European Championship does come with a lot of atmosphere. As a score has been confirmed for Ivy Fisher and Global Promise. The pair produced beautiful test at C70.44, B72.17 at H69.13, 29.4 into third place, just in front of fellow British rider Darcy Zander. So as it stands at the moment, Isabel Kristen Delecki and Caruso JH out in front, 28.8. Niedeblo and the Joker 29.1 in second. Ivy Fisher Global Promise, the individual rider from Great Britain, in third.
Bierze i Toulon, a więc skokowy rodowód. No jeszcze jak patrzymy na dziadka ze strony matki, to już w ogóle tutaj zdolności skokowe muszą przeważać u tego 9-letniego ogiera, bowiem dziadkiem ze strony matki jest Indoctro.
As we head on to our next rider to join us in the arena, this time coming forward for Ireland, another individual rider. This time it is Keelan McCarthy and Romans Mr. Kane. Well, Keelan McCarthy riding as an individual for Ireland. Romans Mr. Kane, this 9-year-old KWPN by Etoulon. An expressive medium trot, just coming above the bit at times during that. Pair who have three 3-star runs under their belt. Keeping the fluency well in the 2 shoulder ends and those half circles. It all comes up quite quick, and then you're swiftly into this walk section. And it can be a lot of walk if you have a horse that doesn't really want to. However, this is looking like a nice walk so far for Keelan and Romans Mr. Kane. Good halt now into the rein back shortly. Some lovely rein back steps, nice and straight. In the middle of the arena there. No support either side from the dressage boards like we saw earlier in the junior test. So it really does showcase if these riders have their horses straight and if any wobbles occur during the rein back. A little bit of resistance in that upward transition. Walk really collected them some nice marks. Still trending in that mid-30s region. Relaxing a little bit more now on this 10-metre circle up at sea. A very positive trot back down for this second half pass. Could show a little bit more stretch over the back and in the neck in the trot stretch circle. But heading now down for the final centre line. It's Keelan McCarthy and Romans Mr. Kane, individual riders for Ireland. A pair who are fairly new to level, only 3 freestyle international runs under the belt.
And the unofficial score for Keelan McCarthy and Romans Mr. Kane, 35.7.
So a score is in for Lena Reinsdorf and Satura for Germany at C64.56, at B66.30 and at H66.96. So their dressage score a total of 34.1 into 8th place individually for the individual rider from Germany. So just 2 riders left to go before our next coffee break, and it is the turn of Sweden. Coming forward as an individual, it is Nicole Palm and Oak Valley Quickstep.
Quickster, dokument wydawany w Irlandii. W tym roku gościliśmy tę parę w Polsce, w Sopocie, drugie miejsce w 3 długich gwiazdkach.
Oak Valley Quickster, this 10-year-old bay gelding Irish sports horse by OBS Quality. Another horse by OBS Quality, a very popular eventing stallion. Combination usually produce a mid to high 30s dressage test. They've been clear cross country in their last 3 3-star runs, so I'll look forward to seeing them on the track on Saturday. Of course, tomorrow we have more dressage coming forward for our juniors and our young riders. Well, a good halt before they're about to start their rein back. Very relaxed, extended walk there. Smooth transition up to canter there at C. Nice canter circle down at A, that 10-meter circle down at A. Could be an easy place to just lose the quality of canter. Unfortunately, having a little bit of a discussion there for the simple change. Oak Valley Quickster didn't quite come back to Nicole as fast as she would have liked. It just meant that the simple change was a little bit late and a bit muddled. But they've recovered from that, and that's now behind them. It's only 1 mark on the test. The circle was good in their background now for the second simple change. Much better going down this time. And better coming out. Trending at a mid-30s score, 35.7 at the moment. Nice stretch down in this trot circle. Now down the centre line for the individual rider for Sweden. The good halt to round things out for the pair, Nicole Palm and Oak Valley Quickster. This 10-year-old bay gelding looking to be around that 36 mark as they finish their test.
36,2.
As the score is in for Keelan McCarthy for Ireland and Romans Mr. Kane at C66.74, B62.61 at H63.46. 35.7 the score for the Irish pair, so into 10th place individually at the moment. So on to our final rider before a quick coffee break. It is the rider coming forward, an individual rider coming forward for the Czech Republic. We turn our attentions to Matej Skudulak coming forward with Quida.
Quida is a Czech blood mare by Quentino, out of a turn by Dantes, horse owned by Patrik Sugdolak. Matej Sugdolak is the 22nd rider of the Young Rider European Championships from 2022. And with this mare, with Quida, he won the 3-star long competition this year in Kaposvár.
Well, starting their test well, this 8-year-old mare by Quintino. Combination who have had success already this year, won the freestyle long at Kaposvár in July. But early days for this combination, only their 3rd international together as a combination. New ride for Matej, formerly ridden by Patrik Skudulak. Great use of that corner between H and C, trying to be as accurate as possible to eke out every mark from the test. Accuracy often very underrated So many marks gained from being accurate. Nice halt before this rein back. Very relaxed, extended walk. Mate, no stranger to the Youth Europeans. Went to the Young Rider Europeans in 2022, not with this ride, but with Quaid back in, like I say, 2022, placed 22nd there. And in fact has stepped up to the 4-star level with Quaid. So 2 horses running at one at 3-star level, one at 4-star level. Impressive at such a young age. So all these riders in this young rider class, 21 years of age or under. Score looking good for the pair so far. 32.7, the trending mark at the moment, down to 32.6. Very smooth, simple change. Score dropping even lower. 32.5 now. The canter work really boosted their marks. And a nice half pass over to the left. This is a lovely stretch on this trot half circle. Beautiful stretch over the neck and the back. Quick collection before back down the centre line for the individual rider from the Czech Republic. Matej Skudulak and Quida completing their test. Absolutely delighted with that. Well, it looks like a great score, 31.6. What they're trending at the moment as they leave the arena. We will get that confirmed later on, but what a beautiful test from the pair, the individuals, as we say, from the Czech Republic.
It's time for a short break. We go back to the dressage trial for the Young Rider European Championships at 4:20.
So that concludes our second session there of Young Rider dressage tests before we have a short break now, and we will be back very shortly at 4:20 local time, where we will continue on with the next 14 riders to come forward in this Young Rider Europeans in Strzegom.
really good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we all stay
One of
awake.
each, maybe.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
A little tea. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have my writer. She's very good. She prepares tea and she prepares everything. Very good.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah, the trouble is, okay, you did your walk around the course, but this morning I didn't do anything, so I sitting around and it sort of makes you go,
Yes.
doesn't it, you know? Especially in the heat.
Yes. No, that's why I sort of thought, right, I've got to do something, I've got to keep me motivated,
Yeah, yeah,
sort of
yeah.
thing, you know.
Oh no.
Well, I don't know about well done, but it's just the way my mind works, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. So the grey brick horse, I thought was, I gave it actually a good smile for its walk, it had a really good walk.
Yes.
But the rest of it was just a bit,
Just
sort of
a bit
short
back,
behind
yes.
the vertical. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a bit built like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you've got to mark it down because it's.
Yeah, I think I
behind
was on sevens for it
Yeah.
when it was a bit short
Yeah.
in the neck.
Yeah.
But if it just got a bit further out, it would be on eights the whole time. It just
Yeah.
can't go to there because it's not as though she pulled it in because she
No,
didn't pull it
no,
in.
no,
I think it was there and
Yeah.
she was doing a good job of trying to
Yeah,
keep it forward.
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I tried to find to give a few marks for it.
So what have we got after this?
Tonight,
Yeah.
I think, did we have a riders meeting?
We've got a chef's meeting. I think we have got a chef's
Yeah.
meeting.
I think they tend to have one every night.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, is that just after we finish? Because we finish at 6 o'clock or something.
Yeah.
And then the chef's meeting is almost straight away, isn't it? Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay.
But I was told because he drove it right down to the end. I was told that he was fast.
Right. So is that whose car you've got then?
Well, I'm not sure because when he drove me, it was a bit like he was just driving full back.
Oh, right, okay. Yes, yeah,
Yeah, well, maybe it was.
yeah. Last time when I left here in April, you know Aggie, who's
Yeah,
based
yeah,
in Prim,
yeah, yeah.
her dad, Thomas, took me
Oh,
back
yeah.
to the airport. Oh my God, I have never been so terrified. Oh my God, drive fast. And I mean, I wasn't in a hurry. I'd got about 4 hours before the flight. But oh my God, and
Yeah.
I was just hanging on, and I don't mind speed.
Yeah.
But I did
Yeah.
just think, actually, I'm not sure that you should be going this speed because I'm not sure that
Yeah.
I trust you enough to be
Yeah,
going
I
this
know, I
speed.
know. Steve.
You know, and there was nobody else there, and I was in the front, and I'm thinking, oh my God. But, yeah, I said, thank you. I took you back to the airport. I said, oh yes, I know. I said, it does drive very fast. Yeah, I didn't say I was worried, but I said, gosh, I think it does drive fast.
I had an experience in South Africa. I've been out to judge an event and this guy picked me up from the airport with me and Dr.
skończyła. Tak. Tak jak moja goldenka w zeszłym roku, nie? No też mi się śmiało. Ale ja mam sobie to zabrać, wiesz, że w ogóle, wiesz, że czytałam w ogóle artykuł o tym, jak długo to sobie generalnie radzą. Nie wiem, czy wiesz, czy próbuję dziurę wypełnić, czy co. Nie wiem. Dziwna jest, ale jak myślałam, że jak to jakaś wilka nie będzie, to ja chyba kurwa. To ja nie, to ja się naprawdę, ja będę musiała iść na jakieś leczenie.
Attention everyone, a phone has been found, a phone with a red case, so if anyone lost it, it is there to be picked up in the red box next to the main arena.
Tara Murphy z Irlandii za chwileczkę wznowi rywalizację w Mistrzostwach Europy Młodych Jeźdźców. Jest już Tara Murphy i koń Nonbek Maximus. Koń wydowany w Irlandii. W tym roku para ta zajęła 11. miejsce w licznie i silnie obsadzonych zawodach 3 gwiazd.
Well, welcome back to the FEI Eventing Young Rider European Championship here in Strzegom on FEI.tv. As we're back from our coffee break onto our next section of riders here in the Young Rider Championship. First to go in after the break, we're on to our second round of team riders. So the second rotation of team riders now coming forwards. And the second rider to come forward for Ireland, it is Tara Murphy and Monbeg Maximus. Lovely positive start to the test. Monbeg Maximus, this 14-year-old Irish sports horse gelding. Unfortunately, a break there in that first medium trot. This combination who placed 11th at Mill Street Freestyle Long back in May. Combination who have multiple top 10 finishes at the 3-star level, very established at this 3-star level now. Very relaxed walk as they head round to halt before their rein back. A lovely halt. Got the 4 steps of rein back and now head off towards the extended walk, this half circle of extended walk. Judge is really looking for that lengthening of steps and the outline and the overtrack in the walk. That's when that back hoof steps over the front hoof's footprint. Lovely bold medium canter down the long side. Trending around that 34.3 after that early mistake in the medium trot. The top 3 scores as it stands at the moment: Isabel, Kristen Delecki and Caruso JH for Germany out in front, 28.8. Personal best for the pair. Tinje de Blot and the Joker for the Netherlands in second with 29.1. And in third as an individual, Ivy Fisher for Great Britain and Global Promise 29.4. Little bit of hesitation in that simple change. Monberg Maximus almost went a little bit backwards on Tara during that simple change. Now to this trot stretch circle, looking for a little bit more stretch, a little bit more of the nose to come out, just tucking in a little bit towards the chest. That's just that tiny smidge of tension creeping in, but on the whole it's been a nice test for the second of the Irish riders, Tara Murphy and Monberg Maximus, completing their test there. Lovely square halt. Trending at 34.8 as they head out of the arena.
And the Irish pair of Tara Murphy and Monberg.
Nice half pass over to the left there. Some real highlights from this test, just tension creeping in ever so slightly in that unfortunate break in that first medium trot. So around the 34 mark at the moment. We'll wait to get that confirmed when the collective marks have come in. 1 mark for the collectives now. There used to be 4 separate marks, but now it's 1 mark for harmony of athlete and horse. So we turn our attentions now to our next rider who will be joining us in the arena, coming forward for Germany, the second team rider for Germany, and it's a man who is no stranger to success at the Youth Europeans. He's had so much success at the junior level, now taking that step up to the young rider level. It is Matthias Ruder joining us now, coming forward with Bon Ton. This 11-year-old gelding, this combination, like I say, lots of success at the junior level.
umieszczonego do światowego
were
rankingu.
individual junior champions back in 2022 at the Hartbury Europeans in Great Britain. They were 6th last year in the Junior Europeans in Montelebretti, part of the Team Gold as well for Germany. But what can they do now at the young rider level? Their first appearance as young riders. I'll wish them the best of luck, and they're off to a fabulous start. Lots of cadence and movement in this trot. Really fluid test so far. Scores reflecting that. 25 is their trending score at the moment. Bonton, this 11-year-old bay gelding. They've had success here at Strzegom back in April. They were second in the freestyle long clear inside the time on the cross country. Good rein back, not quite square in the halt beforehand. Some very relaxed walk steps. And a bold medium canter down that long side. Matti's really riding for every mark in this test. Unfortunately picking up the wrong leg coming out. The simple change there. So what a shame. A little mistake there for the pair. But that gets put behind them. Focusing on this 10-metre circle now up at sea. Better with the simple change in this direction. Score still looking good even with the mistake. 29.1 is the trending score. That would be good enough for second place if that's what they finished on. But still a bit of the test to go for the pair. Coming to the end of their test. What a beautiful test for Matthijs Ruder Bonton. Some really, really lovely movements. Just the odd mistake slipping in. 30.9 the trending score at the moment. So still a good score, but maybe a smidge of disappointment of what could be.
And that was Matthijs Rieder and Bonton. Their unofficial result is 30.6.
Pascale Miglaccio i koń Mivant
So a score confirmed for
zespół
our rider, our first rider who joined us in after the coffee break, Tara Murphy, Mombeg Maximus, from C6696 at B6478 at H65.22, so 34.4. The dressage score for Tara Murphy, Mombeg Maximus into 10th place individually. As we head on to our next rider to join us in the arena, coming forward for Italy. Italy, who had a fantastic time last year at the Young Rider Europeans in their home country of Montelibretti. The Italian team went on to take that team gold medal. And our next rider here, Pasquale Miliacciu, was part of that team. Actually, 3 of the riders that were part of that team are back this year. So Italians are definitely ones to keep an eye on in this competition as they start their test. It is Pasquale Miliacciu and Maivatan de Ramella. Maivatan de Ramella, this 12-year-old. As I said, the combination part of that team gold at the Young Rider Europeans last year. They were 24th individually. Regularly finished in the top 10 at 3-star competitions. Going nicely so far, trending at that 35.4. Almost a square halt there before the rain back. Now heading round for this extended walk. Looking for that over track in this walk. Good over track and positivity. Smoothly up to canter, down alongside with that medium canter. Clear difference shown there between that collection and the medium. Little inconsistent in the head in the simple change. Nice circle there up at C. Round they go for the second simple change. You can see the advancements in the test. The juniors that we saw earlier on today had a trot transition across the centre of the arena. And as we turn to our 3-star B test, that's progressed to a simple change across the centre of the arena. Score's looking good as they head towards the end of the test. Just this trot circle and then down the centre line. 32.6, the trending mark at the moment. Could be a very useful score for the Italian team. Well, a lovely test indeed. Trending 32.5 as they leave the arena for Pasquale and Maivatanda Ramella. As we've mentioned, one of the members of the team who took that gold last year at the Young Rider Europeans.
32,2 to wynik nieoficjalny Włocha.
And that's a 32.1 for the Italian rider Pasquale Migliaccio and Mivade Remella. Number 18 for Austria, another one for the Austrian team, Helena Wirmer, and the trainer 14-year-old mare Innsbruck M.
So a score is in for Matisse Ruda and Bonton.
Individually at the junior
Produced a
European
great test at
Championships,
C, 72.17, at B, 69.35, and at H, 68.04 for a total score 30.1 into 4th place. So pushing Darcy Zander, My Eastwood Brightside back into 5th, just behind now Ivy Fisher, Global Promise, who are in 3rd. But still the score to beat, 28.8. Isabel, Kristen Delecki and Caruso JH produced that great test early on. One of our first riders to come into the arena, and they've held the lead ever since. But we have 4 more riders before we have another break, and the bell has gone for our next rider to join us in the arena. Coming forward for Austria, it is Helena Wirmer coming forward now with Innsbruck M. Innsbruck M, this 14-year-old trainer mare by Don Audicher. Combination who have been to a couple of European Championships. They were 30th at the Junior Europeans at Hartbury back in 2022. Went to the Young Rider Europeans last year in Montelebretti. Unfortunately, withdrew on cross country. However, they've jumped clear cross country, I should say, in their last 2 3-star runs. Well, the test has started well indeed. Trending around that low 30s area, that 33. Not quite a square hole for the Rainback, but 4 very clear straight steps. Looks like a little bit of anticipation on that corner before that canter transition. Very smooth downward transition for that simple change. Nice upward transition out of the second simple change. And straight away into the 2 half passes. Nice stretch down on this half circle. Could stretch a little lower, but head out nicely, not behind the vertical at all, as they head down the centre line for their final halt for Helena Wermer and Innsbruck M for Austria. Oh, pats down the neck. She looked happy with that, as a score is in for Pasquale Magliaccio and Maeva Ramella.
Up next, let's welcome Bente Bartes,
C6717, B66.09 and at H69.78. 32.3 the score for them, and into 9th place on the individual leaderboard.
in Westerstede at the beginning of August. 4th place in the 3-star long in June in Marsbergen.
So when we go to our next rider coming forward for the Netherlands, coming forward as part of the team, the second of the team riders, it is Bente Bartels. Bente coming forward with Wilbert Bow.
Teraz Holandia, Bente Bartels na koniu Wilbert Bo, koń raz hanowerskiej po Folblucie Watermill Rolex. Amazonka w tym roku na 9. miejscu w 3 gwiazdkach w Westerstede. 4. Marsbergen.
Wilbert Bow, this 15-year-old Hanoverian gelding. Beautiful medium trot to start their test, opting to ride that medium trot in sitting trot. Only one of 2 areas in the test that could be rising if they wished is that medium trot. Rider's discretion if they want to sit or rise. The rest of the test, however, must be completed in sitting trot, as we've seen from our other riders. What a beautiful test so far, and the scores reflecting it. 29.2, the trending score, as we head into the walk section of the test. Looking for a little bit more purpose in this extended walk. It's nice and relaxed, but just lacks a little bit of oomph and purpose. Bit of anticipation before this canter transition at sea could be the reason why the walk is a little bit more relaxed. If you're sat on a horse that you can feel is about to explode or jog, often these riders opt for just a little bit more relaxed, laid back walk and accept that the mark won't be as high, rather than pushing for the walk and then braking, and of course the mark would drop very low then. So these riders know what they're doing, riding tactfully to get the best out of them and their horse. Good simple change. Score looking nice, 33.3 at the moment. Some clear crossing steps in that half pass left. Good stretch down with the neck slightly behind the vertical in the stretch. That means the nose slightly tucking in towards the chest a little bit. However, coming to the end of what has been a very nice test there for the Netherlands. The second team rider, Bente Bartels, looking delighted with that from Wilbert Bow. Trending around the 33.3.
Pats on the neck for Wilbert Bow. Bente Bartels leaving the arena. An official score of 33.3.
Some real highlights in this test.
Number 20 is another rider for Team Hungary, Kata Gross.
As the score is in for Helena Wermer for Austria and Innsbruck M. The rider we saw previously from C at 65.65, B 63.04, H 61.30. So a dressage score of 36.7, in fact, the same as Julia Maria Cironi and Jordana. So they go into joint 17th position on our individual standings. So just 2 riders left to go before our final coffee break of the day. And next to join us in the arena will be coming forward for Hungary. Hungary, a team of 3. And the bell goes for the second of their riders. It is Kate Gross coming forward now with Cantharos BP. Opting for the rising trot for the medium. Into the first of the 2 shoulder ins. This part of the test, quite an intense part. You have the first shoulder in straight away into a half 10-metre circle, and then into a second of our half 10-metre circles before back into another shoulder in. Well, so far the test looking very fluent and mistake free at the moment. The score looking smart indeed, 29.7. Let's hope they can keep this relaxation throughout all this walk area. A nice halt before that rein back. Good over track in the extended walk. A hint of anticipation, but only a very small amount before that canter transition there at C. She's really gone for it in that medium canter. Being brave, judges like these riders to be brave and ride in a positive manner. Smooth transition down into that simple change and back up again. Just a glimmer of tension again. You can see the anticipation coming out of that simple change. When you run through certain elements of the test, these horses start to know what you want and when, and at times it can be helpful, other times they think they know best. Coming to the latter stages of the test, heading round now to the final stretch half circle, trending along that 35 score at the moment. Well, a good end to the test there for Kategros and Kantaros BP.
Kantaros BP zakończyła przejazd. Rezultat w tej chwili 34,8 punktu.
This was a very expressive medium trot to start their test.
That was Katagros and Kantaros BP for Hungary. I move on to Spain.
As the score is in for Bente Bartels, our previous rider for the Netherlands, C 66.96, B 66.97 and H 65.65, so 33.5 was the score for them. They go into 10th place on the individual leaderboard. That pushes Kiva Johnson and Consors Lad into 11th. Kiva, our first rider of the day, but still to beat one of our earlier riders from the day, Isabel Kristen Delecki and Caruso JH 28.8, still the score to beat. What will we see from our last rider of this section before we have a short coffee break? Coming forward now for Spain, competing as part of the team, it is Marcin Piropatu and Eventing de Fey. Oh, the test starting very well indeed. Marcel, who went out jumping at the start of the year in Spain back in January, jumped up to 1.30 m. So really got to dive in the jumping side of life. A lot of event riders now choosing to go out to the Sunshine Tour in January to start their event horses year out there show jumping. Very nice square halt before the rein back. We're trending on a very, very good score indeed. As we mentioned earlier, the score to beat 28.8. Lovely big over track in this extended walk. Head and neck nice and out, not tucking themselves behind the vertical at all, looking very relaxed as they head round to this canter transition here at C. Effortlessly done. Martial, who competes up to the 4-star level with his other horse, Volney de Tribal. So regularly competing at this 3-star and then 4-star, the level above. It's great when these riders can get as much experience as possible at all the levels. Nice to see them working their way up through the grades. Unfortunately, a bit of a miscommunication coming out of that simple change. Started on the wrong leg, but did get the correct one in the end. That unfortunately will make a bit of a dent in their score. So now trending 30.4. Some good movements in the latter stages of this test could still knock that mark back down. Well, other than that little blip coming out of the simple changes, test has been very harmonious and relaxed and a pleasure to watch. Coming down that final centre line to complete their test as team riders for Spain, and looking delighted with it, quite rightly so. Martial Piropatu and Venting de Fey really revving up the crowd. You should be delighted and definitely ones to watch. They are superb jumpers, so if they can produce a test that gets them in the mix in the top 5, they definitely stand an amazing chance at an individual medal, because this pair can jump from 13 international runs. They've only had 2 poles down.
O, i 30-0, może zjedziemy poniżej 30.
And have been cross-country clear 12 times from their last international runs, so 11 double clears. So a very impressive combination. We look forward to seeing what that score does become when it is finalised. However, we will have a short 15-minute break. We will be back at 5:20 local time for our final few riders of our Young Rider European Championship Dressage Day 1. Well, welcome back to the final section of riders today on our first day here at the Eventing European Championships for young riders in Strzegom. As it stands at the moment, it's Germany out in front on the individual standings. Isabel, Kristen Delecki and Caruso JH set the standard very early on today with 28.8. As the score to beat second at the moment is Tina de Bleur and the Joker from the Netherlands, 29.1. Ivy Fisher, the individual rider from Great Britain, currently sat in third with Global Promise, 29.4. But we have 6 riders left to join us today before we then come back tomorrow for day 2 of Dressage. And the first to be back in the arena after our tea break is Alizé Bourget, joining us now for France with César de Hans-Crest. This 12-year-old gelding. The combination off to a smart start in this test. Pair who were just outside the top 25 at the Junior Europeans at Hartbury in 2022. And the second team rider for France. We're on to our second rotation of the team riders. And then we will finish off today with a couple of individual riders as well. Well, a lovely square halt there before they're about to go into their rein back. That rein back in the centre of the arena, unlike what we saw with our junior riders earlier on today at the edge. There's no boards or any other way of assisting you with straightness. It really is down to the rider to showcase how straight they have the horse during that rein back. Some nice walk steps there in that extended walk, swiftly up to canter. Score looking smart indeed, 29.4 at the moment at this early stage of the test. Very brave in that medium canter down the long side. Smooth transition down in the simple change and back up again the other side. Ever so slightly rising in the head, but very, very minutely. Lovely balance in that 10-metre circle. Well, a good test here from their second rider. Alizé could be very, very useful for France. Their first rider, Lucas Brunt, produced a great test, 31.8. So another test in the low 30s could really benefit the team. Germany currently leading the way in the team competition after 2 riders at the moment. However, we still have a few riders left to go in this team competition. relaxed trot there. However, could show a little bit more stretch down over the back. Turning down the final centre line there for the second of the French team, Alizé Bourget and Cizé de Hucretz. Looking to be trending around 30.9 as they finished their test there. Very smart test indeed to kick things off after our coffee break.
30.4.
And the score is in for the Spanish rider. Just before the break, we saw a beautiful test from the Martial Piro-Patu and Eventing de Fay. And they did in fact score a very smart score indeed. From C it was 72.61, B 69.56 and H 68.26. That gave them a score of 29.9, just outside the top three, into fourth place, just in front of Matthijs Ruda and Bon Ton. These scores very, very close indeed. Well, on we go to our next rider coming forward, this time coming forward as part of the Polish team. It is Katarzyna Brandy's coming forward now with the Cell Oscar. Cell Oscar, this 9-year-old Irish sports horse gelding by Polanski. Combination who have had success here at Strzegom. Placed 5th here in June in the 3-star long. So very familiar with the venue. Always great when you've achieved good results at a venue. Becomes a bit of a happy hunting ground for the pair. Off to a good start in this test. 33.3 the trending score at the moment. This quite an intense part of the test, the 2 shoulder ins. You've also got those half 10 metre circles between the 2 shoulder ins, and then straight down to walk. Nearly a square halt there before the rein back. That rein back very clearly in front of the ground jury, especially in front of President of the ground jury, Andrew Benny from New Zealand. Andrew, who has ridden and judged up to the 5-star level himself. Other members of the ground jury we have at B, Felicismo Aguada Arroyo for Spain and Anne Bostock for Great Britain at H. Good simple change. Trending around that mid-30s mark at the moment, just having a little bit of inconsistency with the head carriage, just becoming above the bit at times. Good half pass over to the left. These riders swiftly back down the centre line before another half pass to the right. Well, completing their test, their second rider for the Polish team, Katarzyna Brandis and Sal Oskar. Looks to be around that 34.4 mark. As the score is in for Elise Bourget for France and Cesar Deshout-Kretz. From C 70.22 at B 70.44 and at H 68.04, so 30.4 the score for them. Into 6th place, pushing Darcy Zander and My Eastwood Brightside back into 7th. Just behind Elise Bourget is just behind now Mathis Ruder Bonton. Scores are so tight. Matisse on 30.1, Elise on 30.4, Darcy Zander 30.6, or will be to play for out on cross country, where 0.4 of a time penalty for every second over that optimum time really can make a huge difference to the leaderboard. But still out in front, Isabel Kirsten Delecki and Caruso JH 28.8. Well, will we see that contested? 4 riders left to go today, and this is our final of the team riders to come forward. Coming forward for Great Britain, it is now the turn of Jasmine Underwood and Indian Girl G.
Indian Girl G, Dutch bred mare by Dantos, outsover by Vittorio.
Indian Girl G, this 11-year-old KWPN mare by Dantos. Jasmine and Indian Girl G, really established combination. Really been making waves in the British young rider scene. But what can they do here today as they start their test? Wish them the best of luck. Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G. Amazing medium trot to kick things off. So much presence from this pair, as you can see from the score from that centre line. Combination who were 11th at the Junior Europeans last year. Part of the team that brought home the silver medal. They finished on their dressage score that day of 30.3. They also had success at their home Europeans at Hartbury back in 2022, where they were 11th there, and part of the team gold that the junior team won. So has a team gold and a team silver from the junior Europeans in the bag. This is her step up to the young rider Europeans this year. Let's hope she can continue that success. It's been going well in the build-up. She took the win at the 3-star in Nunny back in June. Almost a square halt there before the rein back. Very straight rein back. Good over track in the extended walk. The positivity stayed as well. Judges like to see these riders riding with positivity and bravery in the dressage arena. Beautiful transition up to canter. And this is where these riders can really showcase that in this medium canter, just as Jasmine is doing. Score looking very smart indeed at this stage of the test. 25.6 is the trending score so far. It's a combination who have multiple top 10 finishes at the 3-star level. And this test at the moment has been a pleasure to watch. Very smooth transition down and back up again in that simple change. Score dropping even more. This could be very, very exciting for Great Britain. They already have 2 riders up in the top 10. Ivy Fisher as an individual currently sat in the bronze medal position. Darcy Zander the first to go for the team, with Mai Eastwood Brightside in 7th individually as it stands. Another incredibly smooth, simple change. The suppleness and the fluency in the half pass is really great to see, and Jasmine just riding with so much elegance. Her hands are high, she's presenting herself. Indian girl G presenting herself, and that's where this combination of so much presence. They're really saying sit up and watch, because this is going to be good. Lovely stretch down on that circle. Well, finishing their test there, and what a test it was for Jasmine Underwood and Indian girl G. You can hear the British camp erupt after that. Really was a superb test, and very much looks like it's going to go into the lead with that provisional score of 24.
And what a great round for Jasmine Underwood and for Great Britain. The results
We of course have to wait for that to be confirmed, but wow, what a start for Great Britain. 2 riders as part of the team in the top 10. Jasmine, they're going out in front with what looks to be a personal best at any international level for the pair. Prior to that, their personal best 29.4. These riders have been doing a superb job of really making sure they are peaking at the right time for these championships. And what a test. If you want to do your personal best, of course you want to do it at a championship. Superb job from Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G. Well, a score is in for our previous rider, Katarzyna Brandis and Saloska for Poland. At C68.91, B65, H64.35, 33.9. The score for them into 14th place, just behind Kiva Johnson and Cornusaw's Lad.
Sixth place for her this year in the three-star long in May.
But now we move on to 3 individual riders to wrap up the day, as we turn our attention to the Spanish, and to come forward for Spain, it is Carolina Rodriguez Pastor coming forward with Pluton de Llamosa. This 15-year-old black gelding. By Cassandra C. This combination who were at the Young Rider Europeans last year. Top 30, in fact, at those Europeans in Montelibretti. Great when they have that experience under their belt. They know what a championship will be like, because it can be a very, very different feeling to your standard events, whatever country you are competing for. And it is an honour to ride and represent your country at these junior and young rider Europeans. Just having a bit of inconsistent contact at the moment, a little bit of inconsistencies in the head. Just means the marks aren't quite as low as we've seen others. However, still not bad, ranging at the mid-30s at the moment, 36.9. The cross-country is where this pair really excel. They've had 10 consecutive cross-country jumping clear rounds. Well, up to canter at sea, an accurate transition there. Coming a little bit above the bit in that medium canter. Relaxing back down a bit before this circle. Unfortunately, Pluton de Llamosa just struggling to accept the contact today. But then they have times of where they can really show that they can work in a nice outline. And they have that consistency. But today just struggling to accept that contact. Nice simple change across the middle there. They're now just starting to settle again. Looks a lot more settled in the trot work than the canter work. So now going round for this stretch half circle. Stretching down nicely, slightly becoming behind the vertical at times. While completing their test there, Carolina Rodriguez Pastor, Pluton de Yamosis. Smile on her face, which is great to see, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them on Saturday out on the cross country. Combination who've jumped clear cross country in their last 10 international runs. Streak like that really is a fantastic achievement. As we have a confirmed score in for Jasmine Underwood, Indian girl G, a phenomenal test from that pair, 77.61 from C, 75.87 from B, and 75.87 from H. So the confirmed result, 23.6. An absolutely phenomenal dressage test from the pair, puts them out in front, leading individually. Isabel Kristen Delecki, who's led for so long, back into second place. But how does that affect the team results? Because all the team riders have gone now. Just a couple of individual riders left to join us today. Well, it means that Great Britain, no surprise, out in front in gold medal position overnight. 2 riders left to come forward tomorrow, but they currently lead the way. Germany in that silver medal position, and the Netherlands in the bronze medal position. That's how it stands at the moment. Spain in 4th, France in 5th, Italy in 6th. That's the top 6 on the teams, and that's how it will stay overnight, because our last 2 riders coming forward today are both individual riders. And the next rider to join us in this arena will be coming forward as an individual for France. It is the turn of Van der Koord and Baron de Tat. Baron de Tat, this 13-year-old gelding.
No, dużo dobrych jeźdźców i Amazonek we Francji, że ona się w ekipie nie znalazła, ale niemniej oceniać jest trener reprezentacji Francji.
Well, the bell has gone for them to start individual riders, like we say, coming forward for France. Van der Koord and Baron de Tat. This pair who have had success at the Young Rider Europeans last year in Montelibretti, where they picked up 15th individually and was part of the team that placed 4th there. And off to a great start, a very expressive medium trot across the first diagonal. Could we see another shift in that top 3 individually after this test? It's very early stages, but it's looking very good so far, trending 27.5 into that second shoulder in. And actually, Van der Koord, no stranger to Strzegom. They have in fact stepped up to the 4-star level here in June at the Nations Cup, where they jumped double clear to place 9th. So already a combination that's made that step up to the 4-star level together. And with success to jump double clear at your first 4-star and 9th as part of the Nations Cup team. Really is a huge achievement to be producing results like that at such a young age. Well, the trending score is good at the moment, 29.2, as we're about to start the canter work. Smooth transition down and back up again in that simple change. Another very smooth, simple change transition. Score looking good as well, 29.3. At the moment, we'll just pop them outside the top 3 in about 4th position. However, still a few elements of this test left to go as they come round for their second half pass. Very nice stretch down in this trot half circle. Well, completing their test as individual riders for France, Varane Lecourt and Baron de Tat. She looks absolutely delighted with that. Fantastic score as they head out the arena, trending around 30.1. That will put them right up there after day 1 of dressage, but we still have one rider left to join us. So a score has been confirmed for our previous rider, Carolina Rodriguez Pastor and Pluton de Hermosa. C60.44, B61.43 and a H58.91. 39.7 was their dressage score.
In the first parts of the Young Rider European Championships, that will be Michel Svingers representing the Netherlands with the Belgian-bred 13-year-old mare Floret Direnko.
So our final rider to join us on our first day of dressage here in Strzegom for the Junior and Young Rider European Championship on FEI.TV. It will be Michel Swinkels coming forward with Floret de Hydrocourt. Coming forward as an individual, but it's been a great day at the office for the Netherlands. Their team currently sat in bronze medal position. And they'll be sat in that bronze medal position overnight. 2 riders, of course, to come forward again tomorrow for its cross country on Saturday And then we round things out with the show jumping on Sunday. So the bell goes for our final rider of the day, an individual rider coming forward for the Netherlands. It is Michelle Stwinkels and Florette de Hydrocoon. This 13-year-old mare by Dancer Hero. This combination very established at the 3-star level. And really excel in the jumping phases. From the last 5 runs, they've jumped double clear in all 4 of them. So we'll keep an eye on what score they finish on here in the dressage, because they're likely to jump double clear on Saturday and Sunday. Into that second shoulder in. Trending mark looking good, 33.8 so far. Straight rein back, ever so slightly hollow, but got the straightness that we've been talking about. Just lacking a little bit of positivity and purpose in the extended walk. However, a smooth transition up to canter. Great rhythm kept on that 10-meter circle down at A. Heading round now for this simple change, the first of 2 simple changes in this test. Little pat down the neck, she was pleased with that. A little bit of resistance in this second simple change. We can see why she gave the pat down the neck for the first. That might be an area of weakness for this pair. However, it was very well ridden, and Michelle kept her cool and just dealt with the situation like she is here. That unfortunate break into canter. However, she's just stayed calm and reassured Florette de Hydroncourt. And then they were swiftly back into trot again. Really showing the maturity of her riding. Okay, there's been a couple of blips, but on the whole she has produced a really beautiful test. Well, rounding out their test there, the final rider of the day for the Netherlands as an individual, it is Michelle Swinkels and Florette de Hydroncourt. Trending around the 40 mark as they exit the arena. As we said, our final rider of the day. Some really nice elements of this test, just a couple of mistakes unfortunately creeping in. A little bit of tension and excitement, but some really, really mature riding shown from Michelle. Just keeping her cool and dealing with the situation. So that wraps things up for Dressage Day 1 here in Strzegom for the Junior and Young Rider FEI Eventing Europeans. As it stands, the top three individually, Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl, G out in front with 23.6. That's superb test. Germany's Isabel Kristen Delecki and Caruso JH second, 28.8. And Tinge de Bleu and the Joker sat in bronze medal position individually, 29.1. And as for the teams, Great Britain out in front on the team situation, Germany in the silver medal position, and Netherlands in bronze. So that wrapped things up today for the FEI Eventing Junior and Young Rider Europeans Day 1 of Dressage here in Strzegom. But tune in again tomorrow. We'll be back with the second day of Dressage starting at 8:30 local time with the junior riders. So we'll see you then.